Welcome back, folks, to Midwest Linux Gaming. I'm your host, Stompin' Llama. How you all doing? Today we start, well, we don't technically start Seekers, because we started Seekers a long time ago. But we're actually going to get started deeper into the story of Seekers of Adeline. So we're going to start with... It depends on your tolerances for, a game from... Technically, Seekers came out in, like, 2011, I think. But Final Fantasy XI itself came out in, like, 2003. It depends on your tolerances for MMOs of 2003 time. Having said that, it's like still around, and they've got no reason to close it. And in fact, they've just recently expanded, I think, the development team on 11. And the team is actually these last year and a half has really started to really try and pick at some of the problem points of 11. What that means for the future, I don't know. But they're definitely working on things. So the game's definitely not dead, and it's not out of develop. Well, it's technically out of development, but it's not like it's in a it is technically in some degree of a maintenance mode, but not like a lot of, especially newer MMOs than it. When they go into maintenance mode, nothing happens. There's like no one really supporting it, continually doing bug fixes, changes, balance patches. Although I don't think they've had a balance patch in a long time. But they are constantly, they are doing things to the game. And they are looking to improve the overall quality of the game. Shoot, they just, this last year, added an entirely new level of gear for your relic and artifact gear. Which was pretty substantial, actually. Didn't quite bring it up to challenging the current level endgame gears on a lot of jobs, but did make them more useful. In a lot of cases. And they are working towards... They're trying to work around the lack of PlayStation 2 dev kits. And that is the problem with Final Fantasy XI. A lot of the major development things do require those dev kits, because that's what the game's based on. There just aren't many of those floating around, and literally no one is making those. So they found ways to work around a lot of that. But a lot of it is, it's just a really old engine. And there's not a lot they can do to fix that. Like, absolutely nothing they can do. Especially since Square canceled the remake. That is going to forever anger me. That they canceled the Final Fantasy XI remake. Like, that would have been so good. So good. Even if it was, I believe it was it Tencent or was it NCSoft? It's one of those two MMO developers was the reason it fell through, I think. But it all depends on your tolerances for a game from 2007, 2003. Right, 7 was when Wings of the Goddess came out. I graduated high school in 07. This game is old. Anyway, the entire reason I'm standing around here is because I have to wait for the time in-game, as denoted here, to be between 1,500 and 2,200 hours, 3 and 10 p.m. For those who don't use military time, or the 24-hour clock, or whatever you call it. I call it military time, because that's what we grew up with, what I grew up with. Otherwise, Plo over here is not going to be entirely helpful to us. Since we're waiting, there's actually a quest we can do in Western Adeline that is kind of something we need to flag, supposedly. Go to Western Adeline. They are at J9. And they're right around the big bridge. And we are looking, not that way, that leads to Eastern Adeline. K9. We're looking for Berghert. That's J8. There you are. Berghent. Yes, ain't it either? What am I doing? Just pining for the old days, I tell you what. It's all 'cause of something that done happened 70 years afore. An adventurer from the Midlands, much like yourself, let me partake in the mightiest tasting beverage that's ever tickled my tongue. Fruit it was squeezed from had more bumps and blemishes than an octogenarian, and its snot green color didn't make it look any more appealing. Its innards, however, have the most molten shade of passionate red I've ever seen. If it'd been blood, it would have been boiling. But the flavor's what really did it in. Sweet like your first kiss, and sour like the moment her daddy caught you. Went down smooth, too. Smoother than a used chocobo salesman, but with none of the grease. 60 years later, and I'm on my deathbed. Ain't got no wife no more, and no dirty kids. My best years are so far behind me that they've fallen and can't get back up. All I've got left to comfort me now is this unforgettable taste of that drink. Nothing's ever made me feel so alive, so satisfied. If only I'd had the wherewithal to ask what the name of the fruit was. Wait a minute! As an adventurer, you ain't just been to the Middlelands, but to all different parts of Undiel, right? If you'll get your hands on one and pass it this away, I'd die a happy man. I'll search for it. Its peel's all lumpy and green to the point of inducing vomit. The fruit itself's so heartwarmingly red as my wife of 40 years was. Anyway, life's so sad that the fruit's the best thing in it. Please bring me this one bit of joy. Poor old man. See, we need to go to someone inside the Murmurs Guild, which is one of the coalition guilds in Seekers. Now, when Seekers came out, and this is one of the nice things about Seekers of Adeline, despite what some people may tell you about 11, especially those who are obsessed with the 75 era. Adeline is probably one of the nicer things they added, because these coalitions give out massive chunks of experience points on a continually renewing basis. In fact, they cut the timer down significantly compared to what it used to be. And that's an extremely good thing. There we go. We're looking for Masad over here. Masad. And so that really can help you really get your jobs up to max level fairly quickly, on top of all the other EXP inducing and great things they've done. I do not believe we've met before. My name's Theodore. And you are... Rachnios, is it? That name's certainly a rarity on this continent. I take it you were born on the other side of the sea. Yes, and you are extremely pale, my good sir. An adventurer from the Middlelands. Come to assist in the colonization movement. How altruistic. Have you been enjoying your little romp through the wilderness of fair Ulbuka? It simply would not do for you to come all the way here and not indulge in what we have to offer. Life is long and terribly dull, so you must seize any opportunities to appreciate it when they present themselves. The only issue is that no matter how interesting the diversions, they rarely stand the test of time. That's why novelty matters for most such affairs. A metaphorical freshness preserves not only one's sanity, but his youth as well. Of the mind, that is. That of the body is an entirely separate matter. I see this drink in my hand does a far better job at holding your attention than my dusty old words. It's a concoction made from the juice of a certain fruit that grows deep in the Obukan jungle. I profess that's one of my favorite beverages, but alas, the fruit gives birth to it is rare and highly unobtainable. Simply look at this ruddy hue that mimics the bleeding sunset, and its piquant aroma that delicately tickles one's nose. I can hardly picture the look of shock that must have crossed the face of the person who first discovered it, seeing as how its outward appearance resembles a ball of hardened phlegm hawked carelessly onto the ground by a terminally ill old man. Sources do tell me that the pioneers have been making a habit of bringing some back with them, but the fruit rarely makes it to the conventional mercantile channels, as this shopkeep tells me his stocks are bone dry. Have you succumbed to the temptations of this luscious fruit as well, my dear Arachnios? Then I suggest paying a visit to the Couriers Coalition, as it is they who keep watch over the innumerable goods that make their way into and out of this nation. I assume you wish to trek there with the utmost haste. Therefore, I will refrain from keeping you much longer. You did not come here looking to engage in idle chit-chat, nor would I dare to dampen the spirits of any fellow sensualist. Until we meet again, Arachnios, for I have a feeling that this will not be the last we see of each other. Now, the only reason we started this side mission, is to encounter him. Otherwise, we would have to wait an additional in-game day. I don't know what that means, but that is what the wiki tells me. Let's see, Couriers is... Couriers is not over here. They must be in Eastern. So yeah, we entirely came this way and started that mission. Forgot to put on the fast clothes. The fast run. Yeah, we entirely came this way because it says to avoid any further delays. You will have to wait an additional in-game day in the next mission if you fail to do so. So it wouldn't actually be in this mission, it's in the next one. Now, I've done a lot of things in preparation for Seekers, because Seekers is actually locked behind your progression in the various coalitions. So what I've done is I've finally taken the time, and it was quite a long effort, to get all of the coalitions ranked to maximum. Which I think you can check with this person here. Yes, what's my coalition rank? I am maxed in all of them. We will not have to worry about those delays. But this takes a while. Less so now that they renew a lot faster. But there's other things. Let's see, I need to check. Adeline Fame. Few in Adeline might know your name. Okay, we're up to Fame 4. That's good enough for now. That's good enough for now. The Couriers Coalition is... That's the wheel! I thought it was the wheel! I thought they were the ones with the wheel. They are in Western Adeline. Good lord. And I figured we might as well finish up this quest. This side mission. It doesn't give us any rewards that are meaningful, but anything that could potentially give us a little bit of fame is not amiss. Do I have a sickle? No, I don't think I have any sickles on me. I've got pickaxes. I used to carry some on me. Huh. Well, we'll have to pick up some from one of these areas. And we're looking for DeWalt. DeWalt. There you are, DeWalt. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold your chocobos! Do you realize that's almost impossible to give you information on all the fruit harvested from the jungle this year, right? Huh, I see. Well, that gets you looking for a blightberry. It originated from... Where was that again? Oh yeah, the Middlelands. A traveler ventured to the Middlelands, brought it back with him when he returned. The tree planted out in the woods has been bearing fruit ever since the time of the Great Expedition, people say. There used to be fields and a garden that extended deep into the interior of the continent. I guess some survived after Adeline's fell back behind Jor's Yet. I mean, if they sell for a high price, I'd never go out foraging for them. Simply too high of a risk for the rate of return. Still, I can see the appeal. They don't grow in the Middlelands anymore, and there's definitely a market for them. If you were to raise a plant all by yourself and sell it abroad, you'd earn yourself a hefty profit for sure. Come to think of it, I recall that the Civic Arboretum bought up all the remaining ones. If that's the case, I'm certain there aren't any left. There's no way those botanophiles would let one slip through their thorny fingers. Sorry I couldn't be of any more help to you. I'd better be getting back to work now. Good luck on your search. Let's see, who is it that sells sickles? Oh. Well, that's because the community has seen a relatively recent rise in what's the word I'm looking for? God, I'm blanking on words. Population. Its population has risen to its its highest numbers in a while. Yeah, so that's probably part of the reason. Honestly, I can't blame people for checking it out. It has its quirks. I won't lie. And the reason I'm playing it is because I find it fascinating. The combat takes a while to get up and running to any functional level that you'd consider useful. Ah, here we go. We need some sickles. And then you have the forever problem, and I'm not sure how they'd fix this. If I'm not gonna lie. The endgame grind upon endgame grind upon endgame grind. That's like 3 or 4 levels deep. Because you have... yeah, if it goes on sale, it goes on sale for like $10. It's the monthly subscription that can generally take that can generally throw people off. Because it's a weird old setup structure that is specifically you've got your base subscription fee of, I don't recall what it was. I think it's like $12. But that just gives you the base subscription. You then have to pay an additional $1 per character. Although I think maybe the first character is included in that. It's been a long time since I set it up. And then you have to deal with Play Online, which is a terrible old piece of software that you have to deal with. And sometimes getting that set up is... The joke in the community is, that's the first boss. Beat Play Online. Then you can actually play the game. What you're looking at actually now is a heavily upscaled version. Generally, if you're going to use a third-party launcher, which most people would recommend you do, you'd either fall into the Ashita category or the Windowware category. And there's pluses and minuses for each third-party launcher. The nice thing about either of those is it lets you upscale a lot of the visuals and actually make them look like an acceptable level of old. Which is what we're doing now. Also gives you that mini-map. You can add the mini-map and some annotate. If you noticed on that last map, when I was looking at the map, it was annotated. That is also a specific modification to those maps. Makes them easier to find. The only hesitation, I would say, about Final Fantasy XI. The stories are good. I'd recommend the stories. My only hesitation is the wiki has... And you're going to need the wiki. You're going to need the wiki in order to get through the story. The game was not designed to tell you where to go or what to do. It was designed in the era of you had the Square Enix forums. You were expected to participate in discussions and discoveries as to where to go and what to do on the forums. Fortunately, a lot of that's been condensed in the wiki. But the wiki has a couple of weird sticking points where it's got some badly formatted information. Sometimes it's just 1 or 2 points it has some very wrong information on it. But mostly it's just badly formatted language. I'm telling you what to do. and where to go. Like this one, you wouldn't have known to go. Well, he did tell you to go to the couriers. And here's the thing, Seekers is the last expansion, paid expansion, they've released. So most other expansions quite literally would not tell you where to go. Like he just would have said, I don't know where you're gonna find it. And they just would have left you to go do his own thing, to go do your own thing. And it would have been up to you to figure out to go to the Couriers Guild. And we're specifically down here looking for some harvest points. Those, they don't show up on the normal map, but they do show up on the mini map. Okay, there's a couple of thank you for the sluice gate. Okay, we're gonna need to summon some trusts just in case, because these things will potentially attack us. Although with as geared as we are, I doubt they'd be much of a problem for us. And where's our Zaid? There he is, Zaid. Frog. Well, these frogs don't appear to be terribly aggressive. That's a good thing. We're specifically looking for harvest points, and they know they show up on my mini-map as... I think they show up as blue points. I'm surprised that Pugil didn't try and attack us. I'm actually not sure where the harvest points are. Oh, I needed to talk to someone. My bad. At F11. They were back at the beginning. The harvesting comes second. This is entirely a reading comprehension problem. This is entirely a reading comprehension problem on my fault. I didn't read the full step. I read and combined the two steps together. That was my fault. That also happens. Come here, Pugil. I am on the... I believe I'm on Balmung, which is closed to new characters. This is retail. There is the other version of 11, the unauthorized and unofficial 75 era servers, because those people are going to be generous to them. They are ruby tinted nostalgia. They view things through a heavy lens of ruby tinted glasses and nostalgia. I know because I've played on their server and I have significantly less fun doing it. Yes, there's the big one. They are all generally stuck in the 75 era, which means you do not get up to Wings of the Goddess or Seekers of Adeline. Which, Wings of the Goddess was not a bad expansion, but it definitely didn't have the story beats that both Treasures of Adargon and Kings of Promethea did. It definitely didn't have that kind of storytelling chop. Although, it was much better paced than Treasures was. Treasures was full of all sorts of wait-a-day stop points. And I'm not done, and we're just now doing the Seekers story, so I don't know about that. But there's definitely people who play that, several thousand. But again, I'm being as generous as I can when I say it is specifically viewed through heavy rose-tinted nostalgia goggles. The 75 era was better.
You want to know about what, Haru? Blackberries picked deep within the jungle wungle? We're endeavoring to raise them here in the Arboretum, so we're just started readying the seeds for plantaruing. You want one? I hate to be the harbinger of bad news, but we already devoured them all. I can still taste the last one I ate, too. You'd have to have a triply effective haste cast on you to make it in time. There's no way something that delicious would be unsavory for long. Hey now, don't look at me like that. It's not like we stole them and disposed of the evidence before the Peacekeepers Coalition could arrive. We brought Haru them with our hard-earned ballad. If you really want a Blackberry that badly, I guess I can let you on a little secret, Haru. I'd never go because even taking one step out into the battleground sends paralyzing sliver wivers down my spine. But word has it, there's some trees left in the Yaze hunting grounds. If you're truly a pioneer and a connoisseur of the fruit Haru, its location shouldn't pose a problem to you whatsoever. Now it's time to plant those beauties.
Yeah, there's undoubtedly a lot of people who do, in fact, stream 11. Like I said, its population is at the highest it's been in years. Oddly enough, because of the 14 crossover event, the crossover raid, which is glorious to see. I think the current expected release date of the last leg of that is going to be in April? I think April 22nd, I think it was. Something along that line. I think they're looking at April. We're currently looking at April. Most people think something like that. January, February, March. Yeah, it's April. Let's see, now we need to go to the Yesei hunting ground. And they are number 3. I believe that. Like I said, it's still around, and there's still a relatively large population to it. Okay. Granted, this is a problem because of the low resolution of this wonderful map. God, this is an extremely low resolution improved map. We're looking at a harvest point. There's a couple of them to our south, potentially. I'm not seeing any of them active. Yeah, there's no active harvesting points. Oh no, there's one. Potentially. Yes. No, that's... I don't think this is one of them. No. It's been a while since I've done the harvesting thing. No, that's not one of them. And they are normally glowing as well. And they're normally glowing a wonderful orange sparkly. But the only problems, really, I have with 11 is its extreme amount, and it is an extreme amount of time gating. And it has a lot of that. I'm not gonna lie. There's definitely endgame things I'm not going to do. Once I get through the story of 11, I'm probably going to end up never playing it again. And it's only because there's a significant amount of expected time investment that, honestly, I can't be bothered. Seekers used to take, like, I'm not kidding, if you didn't take the time to pre-grind the coalitions, it would take you 6 months to get through Seekers. Because you'd have to grind them. And since it's on a literal timer, and how many coalitions you can do, I'm not kidding about 6 months. It's probably a lot. It's a lot less now. They cut that timer down significantly. Like, we're going to finish up the Seekers story. Do the Rhapsody story, which is a post-game, a post-Seekers storyline. It was free. And there's one more after that. There's one more post-story, post-expansion story called Voracious Resurgence. I'm not gonna touch Resurgence is not something I'm going to be touching. Because that literally requires you to be starting to build and one of the endgame weapons. But that's not something I'm concerned with, because that literally takes 6 months to a year of daily grinding to complete. And I'm going to be honest, that doesn't sound like a great amount of fun to me. There's a harvesting point. I knew there was one. There had to be one. There's the Blightberry. Now we've acquired the Blightberry. That was the entire reason we came out here, was to grab that Blightberry. And the closest one is number 2. And now we're outside the window of that one, which is fine. That was just to make sure that that could happen. Go back to the big bridge. Some days Eastern Adeline looks so glorious in the night. Now I need to check something real quick. I should have, in one of my infinite amount of bags. Ah, there we are, Twithworm rings. We're gonna need 2 of those. Of course, I don't have any of those because I've thrown those away. I do have Umbral Oozes. Oh, the lumpy green snot fruit of my youth. How'd you manage to find it? On the XIV hunting grounds? Talk about ringing right under my nose the whole time. Too bad it was too stuffed with regrets from past decades to sniff it out. This isn't the time to be wallowing in self-doubt. There's ambrosia to drink here. That's not the flavor I'd been longing for, I tell you what. The fruit looks the same, but ain't got that telltale flavor. Must be differences in the soil that done it. Ubaka's never been the most conductive land to farming. You saying it's 'cause there ain't no more trees for it in the Middlelands? I ain't ever getting to taste fruit. I ain't ever getting to taste the fruit like 'twas when I was younger. So much for dying happy. Wait. After tasting it again, I dare say it ain't half bad. Odd. Despite being reared under harsh conditions on the toughest of continents, it's like my grandma dipped honey on it from the heavens. This could be easier to drink than the one I remember. He's developing a taste for it. Yes, let me say it loud and proud. That's one fine beverage. Ragnos, can't thank you enough. This whole time I've been living in the past trying to reclaim something I couldn't. But you've opened my eyes. Just like how this new Ulbakken grown fruit tastes better than the original, maybe what lies ahead of me ain't some inevitable march to the gallows. Of course, everyone's got to meet their maker eventually. But that's no reason to give up. My purpose for a living could be hiding in the XIV hunting grounds, or elsewhere even. All I need is a little rainwater and some quality soil to sink my roots into and start growing. You said something about how young'uns down in them sewers are trying to grow these on their own, didn't you? That gets me thinking. How can I taste that heavenly flavor again? And how can I contribute to Adeline? I hope my dear departed wife ain't mad at me none for not keeping her in my head every minute of the day. I think I found my life's calling. I'm gonna head over to that arboretum and lend that old wrinkly hand to them raising those crops for certain. When I come to this realization without you, Ragnios, this ain't worth the inspiration you're giving me. But at least it comes from the heart of a man born again. Yeah, sometimes it just infects your stream, these things do. Sometimes they just do. For reasons I am not certain. I mean, 14 did just have... God, it would have been... It was just before Christmas is when the last major patch for 14 dropped. And we just had a patch launch a few weeks ago. Not that many weeks ago. Yeah, we had 0.1 launch not that long ago. 7.41 launched not that long ago. And 745 is coming in early March. And like I said, the next major patch is, I think it's anticipated to be April, because that's 19-ish weeks from December. Something along that line. Anyway, if you are doing Seekers at any point, there's a trio of quests we're going to start that are repeatable, and they do give fame, and honestly at a pretty decent rate, too. All they require is to hand in certain items. Nope, not this one. Celador. Seldenor. Can't you feel the deep, oppressive air bearing deep on your shoulders? Must be the darkness of the jungle made manifest. Is it just me? Am I the only one who notices this ominous haze? Still, couldn't hurt to make a protective charm to ward off evil. According to the rituals taught to me by my local geomancer, I need 2 Twitherworm wings. I can't do it alone. Please, will you lend me your aid? Certainly. You have my gratitude. The only way to resist the primordial darkness is this kind of protection. Remember what I need. 2 Twitherworm rings. That's half the reason, part of the reason I had them on hand. Also, they're useful in various other coalition assignments. You've done me a great service. With this, I should be able to repel the darkness a little bit longer. And like I said, that's just repeatable as long as you have wings, which are a common enemy in the early areas of the Adelan jungle. Now, unfortunately, it's not repeatable right now because you have to complete the trio of quests in order for it to be repeatable. But like I said, as you're progressing through the coalitions and the various outside areas associated with them, you'll accumulate these things. Like at nighttime out in the jungle, there's the things that, well, there are plenty of things that... There's enemies that spawn specifically at night that drop umbral oozes that are very useful for both turning in for the Coalition and this Raising of Fame, one of these Raising of Fame quests. Or the Velk, which are one of the enemies out there. They'll drop their necklaces or masks when you kill them. And they will want to kill you, so they're aggressive. So you just kill them, get some... You'll end up with plenty of masks and necklaces. And they're actually not hard to find, nor hard to kill in Modern 11. These bid, others, I believe they're beast made. Yeah, there they are, Velk. Velk masks and necklaces. And they're actually pretty cheap. Three, let's bid for 3,000. Let's hope I wasn't outbid by someone. Yep, there we go. Yeah, just super easy to find. Where's that home point? There it is. Travel to another home point in Seekers, Eastern Adelan. Now we're looking for Felmsey. Crepal, Glowing Hearth. Ah, there you are, Felmsey. Huh? What do you want? Oh, you're the one that helped my boy. Giving those monsters was a big help. He's always been such a worrywart. But I'll tell ya, when he told me his most recent stories, the hair on the back of my neck started to stand up. Mind if I get it off my chest? I've got my listening ears on. Just past here are the XIV hunting grounds. Since you're not from around here, you might have heard the tales about the old Velk there. The Velk do not occupy that hunting grounds. They're further in. Ferocious savages, I tell ya. Doesn't matter who you are, how big of a weapon you've got. If you come near them, you'll be met with nothing but violence. But a pioneer like you can match them all pawns for pawns. Why don't you head to the XIV hunting grounds and get me a Velk necklace or a Velk mask? That'll show me you gave those savages a good beating to help me sleep better at night. Where is that? There's the necklace. Hey there! Managed to kill a bunch of them filthy Velk scum, didn't you? I expect no less of a pioneer. I'll be able to breathe a little bit easier now. Token of my appreciation. Again, this was written back in like 2011, 2009. Development on these things takes a while, so colonization is the theme of Seekers. For all it entails. And the third one, and probably one of the easiest ones to do, because Umbral Ooze is actually pretty easy to get a hold of, despite it being a time-locked enemy, it's this one here, Pudith. Excuse me a moment. Excuse me. A moment of your time, good sir? No time like the present. Times are rough for my family. My son keeps going on about some enveloping darkness, and my husband is scared to death of the monsters on the XIV hunting grounds. Now all the worrying has gotten to me. My once pristine forehead is covered in wrinkles from furrowing my brow. XIV hunting grounds are barely a stone's throw away. People talk about shadowy fiends down there, and I'm stricken with fear. Will Peacekeepers Guild to be able to keep us safe? Sometimes I wonder. So that's why I was hoping to find some strapping young pioneer like yourself to help me out with this problem. Take the law into your own hands. Defeat some of those nasties down in the XIV hunting grounds and bring me a jar of Umbral Ooze. If the rumors of the type are true, it should be easy. And either one of these families, you just turn in the item to, and you get fame for ages. I'm glad you were able to make me good on your promise, like when so many before you did not. Sleep well at night knowing my home is a bit safer. Here, this is for you. I might need to zone in order to reset it. Oh, the entire quest line is repeatable. Ah, so you need to do the entire quest line. I see. So yeah, that's the quest line, and that is the repeatable quest line. It gives some fame. How much fame? It's hard to tell. Mostly because they didn't include a easy way to track your fame. I mean, you can always just ask over here, but you don't know how close you are until you just bump up a rank. So regardless, having done all that delaying, mind you, having done all that delaying, we're now back where we started at the beginning of the stream. An hour ago. Give or take. Waiting for time to pass to talk to Plo Trishbach at the gates of Adlin. I didn't realize there was a goods merchant here. Why do you sell, Old Bellows? Not a lot. Right, x-axis did need to be inverted. So regardless, I suppose, we're down here talking with Plo. We're waiting for Plo to get back to talking to us. Now, there is another mission, if I can find it. No, it's not that one. I've got an entire save over here. An entire, what's the word I'm looking for? A bookmark. Over here. No, that's not the one. There's another quest that's actually much easier to repeat. Yeah, there it is. The overall number of turn-ins, you need to repeat that quest cycle approximately 34 times. Which is honestly not that bad to go from 1 to 8. From level 1 to level 8 in Fame. Which, yeah, you need 68 Twithering wings, 34 masks, and 34 oozes, approximately. Of course, there are other quests. The one I'm looking for is... See, it was in... It wasn't in the Basalt Fields. Was it in the Wild? It was in the Weld. It was in Yorka Weird. Yeah, that's the one. It's requires you to basically lets you. It's basically just a kill quest, but it's one you can repeat constantly. And it's some of those numbing blossoms that are around. We got time. I can do that one. It's actually really quick. If you do it right. The most expensive part, however, is these, proto waypoints we're using. These do require charges in order to go places. Granted, you just turn in crystals to them, but still. It's pretty wild. Anyway, once you load in, which takes everything a little bit to do, you then need to talk to Mano a Mano here. And he sends you on a small quest to go pick up a particular type of dirt, which you do, and then you come back, zone, then you come back, and then he sends you on this mission to kill those numbing blossoms. And then once you complete that, you can just repeat this infinitely. He asks you to kill 3 of them. Go kill 3 of them. They're actually extremely close to him. Like, those things are... You'd think they might be a little far, but they're not. Because there's like 3 of them right up here. Yeah, these things. Normally they're not quite so close together. But once you hit level 99 and you get some halfway, not even halfway decent gear, some decent starting endgame gear, these things die relatively quick. If I get close enough within range to actually hit them, yes. The only downside to them is they are a debuffer. Turn on swordplay. Oh, right, I've got Bard as my subclass. That's probably not helping matters. The only downside to farming these constantly is the snapweeds. Those things are highly aggressive. And that is always a problem. Although, you can always set some, like, records of eminence on things. Make things a little bit easier. Yeah, we can get rewarded for actually killing the snapweeds here, too. Though how much fame this gives, I don't know. Again, there's no way of knowing exact numbers. But yeah, that's it. Then you go back, talk to him, you get your rewards, and then you can talk to him again. He sends you out to kill more, and you can rinse and repeat to fame yourself infinitely up there. And honestly, it's pretty straightforward, if a little brain dead to do so. Granted, you do get experience for it, but it is a little brain dead, to be honest. But yeah, that's the one. That's the fame mission. There's other ones. There's definitely other quests you can do, but for now, there is nothing more than but a wait. I swear there was something with Zulk we needed to do at some point, but I don't remember. Right, that's the Yignis directive. Game day wait between 2-1, it says? Oh, yes, it does say in the middle of 2-1, we need to wait to the next in-game day. Great. That's coming up real shortly. But yeah, Final Fantasy XI, it can be very fun. Especially if you're getting into a group with friends. I mean, that makes things... A group of friends makes things a lot easier. Like, a lot easier. There's no way around that. So, since we're waiting on time, might as well do some Rune Fencer quests, since I am a Rune Fencer, and some of these need to happen. Let's see, Trial of Reason. Okay, we have acquired the Enfebral Endeavor. And... okay, yeah, this is Endeavoring to Awaken. This is a specific... one of these specific... level unlock requirements that's specific to Rune Fencer, seeing as how it's a Seeker's... job. For some reason, they have their own specific level unlocks. I'm not sure exactly why. But both it and Geo do. So we're specifically looking to go to M6. That is a slightly aggressive bat. I believe they seek off of sound. Yeah, these bats are slightly aggressive. And seeing them being a bird, I think they take more lightning damage. Oh, they are definitely kind of hurting a little. Unfortunately for them, I can put them to sleep with a weapon skill. So, them all attacking me only matters in the slightest. And this is not even a well-geared character, mind you. This is just mostly ambuscade level 2 gear. A plus 2 gear. Which is... most people would say that's technically the beginning. What most people consider beginning endgame gear. It's really weird. And then we fight this man. Should not take us long, this lady. Should not be hard to beat her. Case in point. 2 sword swings. She didn't even get a chance to actually swing. Quite funny. Haven't fought that hard in years. That was just to unlock level 75 of all things. Ah, it's just about time. We finally wasted just enough time to be able to access the main quest line again. Secrets of Adeline. Eastern Adeline. Might as well start at the Mog Home. It is the fastest in that. I was gonna say that red book was definitely not there last I remember. Huh. How unusual. I've got plenty of time to just walk there. Once again, walking through the streets of Eastern Adlin. We might actually get some story done, or at least started. Nearly forgot to disable Discord. That would have been extremely disappointing. Had Discord decided to make noise. There you are.
Thank you for proffering your dinner invitation. Reknios. Yes, you are indeed on the invite list. There should be a servant waiting inside the castle to escort you to the dinner. We hope you find the festivities to your liking.
I was about to say it's a little boring being the only one here.
We've collected 3 in the last month. Considering we haven't found any chunks of vanadium ore for years, that's an annual increase of infinity-winity%. I'd say the money spent recruiting all those pioneers has more than paid for itself.
As ever, your naivete knows no bounds, Cheddar Machado. Death awaits all those who step beyond Jordis yet, and I dare say you'd not soon like to lie on a bear, even one made of Belid. Nothing good can come of raping the land and violating the will of our ancestors.
You've gone so blindly wind in your old age that you can't even see the forced stardew through the trees, Hilibert. I think it's time you gave up your Citadu to your son, Gramps. No amount of flim-flam and hocus-pocus flung by senile old detractors can hide the truth. Numbers never lie, my friends, and they're telling us to charge on ahead with pioneering efforts. We'll be drowning in profitados.
I cannot even fathom the depths of your idiocy. You're willing to throw common sense, tradition, and the continent itself away to line your pockets? Blatantly ignoring our founding king's dying request and indulging in vulgarities. We are sure to lose Oltana's blessing should this plan bear its rotten fruit.
The only thing that's rotten in this room is your outdated sense of morals, old man. Adeline has to stop being so insular. Don't you get it? We live in a pluralistic world and must look towards the global Makataru. Like those brave crusaders of justice who worked wonders in the Middle Lands and the Near East. Those, what was their names again? It's right out at the tip of my tongue. Ah yes, adventurers. And thanks to the influx of adventurers, Adeline's seen a drastic increase in...
Those barbaric nomads who care not a whit for the bonds with the land?
I swear, if I looked up dogmatism in an encyclopedia, your portrait tower would be right at the top, you old geezer.
I swear, I've had it with your childish aspirations. I'll not be called a geezer by some money-grubbing midget like you.
It is neither the time nor place to be acting out like this. Shame on you both. I think if the goddess were to witness the two of her own children besmirching each other, oh, the tears she would shed. Ugh. Such a troublesome pair, you two.
Ah, Monsieur Rachnios, I presume. Allow me to bid you welcome. How is it that I know your name? How coy of you. It's truly elementary, my dear pioneer. No, I'm neither prescient nor clairvoyant. Your reputation simply precedes you. And it is indeed grand. How could it not be, after having performed such glorious deeds? Accounts of how you bested the Nakuls could never remain mere whispers among the citizenry. It is astonishing, perhaps a tad preternatural, your abilities are. The more appropriate question would be, who has not heard of you? No longer need we worry ourselves about the progress of Ulbuku's colonization, for you have shown that those nettlesome guardians are the true power of the pioneers. I did kill one earlier. Just one, by the way. There's one in each area. With this accomplishment squarely under your belt, even the sky cannot serve as a limit to you. From here on out, we have high hopes for your further contribution to the colonization effort. As an aside, Rachnios, did you know that a whole century has passed since the sacred city of Adeline was established? Well, maybe an obvious fact. A lesser-known piece of trivia is that the population of Adeline's archipelago has more than doubled in the past decade. The growth has shown no signs of stagnating either. Some days these words just do not agree with my brain. I do not understand it. I know what an archipelago is. Just sometimes it's hard to read, for no reason. The obvious outcome of this population explosion is that the demand placed on our food supply, as well as our insufficient housing, increases dramatically. Sad fact is, amongst all of this, is that we simply do not possess the technology to increase these islands' landmass. There will eventually come a point where all available land can no longer accommodate its populace. I realize the last thing we need is a fearmonger. However, I sincerely believe that we've already reached the breaking point. Do you? It's exactly why the colonization effort is indispensable. Why, to the west, vast expanses of land stretch well past the horizon. But is gaining all the land worth breaking the ancient pact? Speak your grievances, my dear Gratzig. I'm nothing if not fair, for there are two sides to every story. Let yours be heard. Do you not remember King August's last words? Tread not upon the hinterland of Ulbuka. That pact with the spirits has been honored by our people longer than any of us have been alive. To blatantly ignore it would be to do nothing but invite divine retribution. Isn't that right, Vortimir? That may be true, Gratzig. But Grand Chancellor Yigdaz is Adra's descendant, and he who patroned the colonization movement. Do my eyes deceive me, or has Mr. Adelin yet to grace us with his presence? Grand Chancellor Yigdaz is a bout of illness, so I've been told. Oh my. This does not bode well. Not in the least. He convinced us all to disregard the Founder's will, and now he's unable to stand before us to defend his position. How can he be the mastermind behind this sacrilege, worm his way out of all culpability? To hell with this farce. Your anger is more than understandable, Gratzig. But there's little we can do if the Chancellor is ill. It is an unfortunate turn of events, but one we must accept. Turn of events, my tail. He's probably locked himself away in his ivory tower, sniveling into his pillow and quivering at the grave mistake he's made.
That's quite enough venomous. That's quite the venomous statement, Gratzig.
And so it is. I stand by every word of it. And you, Charu Macharu, your hands are just as sullied. Who the hell is this? Rachnios? We've employed this rugged fighter as a pioneer. He also happens to be one of those fabled adventurers so oft sung of in songs from the Middlelands. His prowess in exploring has been indispensable to our cause, so he's been invited to this gathering. Sounds like nothing but a filthy swindler to me. I guess that means you're here for His Highness, then. If you truly want to get rich quick, you gotta go through his servant first. Try asking about the Chancellor's constitution. I hear Yigdris isn't well enough to attend his own meetings, but surely he'll grant an audience with some nomad he's never met before. It seems the Grand Chancellor is feeling under the weather. Damn your idiotic euphemisms! Under the weather! What the hell is that supposed to mean? Exactly how's he under the weather? I see apothecaries and priests here. Have any of them tended to the Chancellor's supposed bout of illness? Alicia V. Adelin, daughter of the former royal family and sister to Grand Chancellor Yigdris, has entered the hall. I'm terribly sorry to have kept you all waiting. Again, let me apologize for my tardiness. No need, Miss Arcelia.
It seems my brother has worked himself sick over the issue of colonization. He came down with a fever recently, so he's been confined to his bed until symptoms subside.
Still, this is an assembly of the utmost importance. Hasn't he heard about the...
Yes, we're both aware of what has transpired. Therefore, I told my esteemed brother that if the colonization effort should continue, it should do so with due caution. What? Why? Think of the witches, Ursula.
Oh my. It seems that Lady Ursula isn't fond of letting people enter the jungles outside the city. Yet she certainly enters them often enough. Or is what an astute detractor might argue, anyway. The 12 Orders of Adelan were created equal, but some more equal than others. I suppose that's bound to happen when the members of one have all the founder's royal blood coursing through their royal veins.
I'm so glad you decided to become a pioneer, Ragnios. See, I was right after all. We did meet again.
Yeah, we encountered her first time we entered into Adelan itself. And that is, of course, the heroine of the expansion. There's always at least one of them. Should take one of the waypoints. Because now we gotta go talk to the Pioneers Guild. Pioneers Guild are over in this other Adelan. Western Adelan. Oh, by being introduced to Theodore, we've successfully skipped the game day wait in 2-1, I believe. That would be helpful. And we're looking for a level here. Maybe it's a day on a day's work for you adventurers. Guess you've been lassoing Vanadiel's wildest for the first bison drive. Travelers told me a tale of your exploits. Guess they weren't so tall after all. Huh. Really? Alright. Apparently I need to use up some of my imprimators. There's an easy way to do that. In fact, a stupid easy way. I'm gonna need to go back to Eastern Adelan. Just outside our rent-a-room. Yeah, that's 1-8. Shouldn't be too hard to do. I figured since I was doing all of these things, it's like... Well, let's change our job to samurai. And I can spend the parameters stupid quick. And this is mainly because I've used them all, that I've gotten all the ranks up to maximum, that I can do this really quickly. Delegator over here. We need to component analysis. Outer. Spend 3. And then we trade them in because I have a bunch on hand. And that's 13,000 ballad. And experience. That doesn't sound like that doesn't sound like a lot to someone who plays a lot of RPGs. But at level 70, 13,000 is almost half a level. And even at the end, it's like when you're in the 90s, it's at most like 60,000 to a level. So that's what, a fifth of a level? And like I said, this is also a good way to just level some your jobs. It really is. And most components are relatively cheap on the auction house, so it's not like buying vanadium ore is super expensive. I mean, it's decently expensive. They're like 100 grand? 150 maybe? Depends on the day. And with that, that's all 15 spent. And Samurai is now basically a third of the way to level 73. So it went from 70 to 72 and a third. That's not bad, considering, like I said, they accumulate over time. Now let's change back to our rune fencer. And our proper setup of rune sub samurai. Ah, he's a montante. Ah, but he has he's much better geared than I am. For one, he's got a staunch already. And an Elvraz. That's endgame gear. Let's see, we do have enough of a fame requirement, so he should have just let us do this. There we go. Weird. Hey, it's Ragnios! Listen, I've got something juicy for you, though you might have already heard. It's about the Leafkin. You might have seen street vendors selling pocket-signed Leafkin charms. Their popularity is simply beyond compare. Superstition some people will cling to. But that's neither here nor there. I'll bring you some interesting gossip. I've heard they've got a gathering spot of sorts in York Weald. Been there? Yes, it is a sight to behold. You have? All the better. Whispers going around about a regal matriarch. Oh. Are you familiar with the story? Of course. Does she have a crown? Only rumors. How am I supposed to know? If she truly does exist, she must have some wonderful stories to tell. You might be aware of some recent abnormalities in the forest, being a pioneer and all. Those Leafkin buggers are deeply intertwined with nature, so they could assist in getting to the root of the problem. Root. Kill me. Problem is that none of them speak the common tongue, not except for the queen. I mean, if the matriarchs are supposed to be deities incarnate, I expect them to have a leg up on their followers. You're gonna make me spell it out for you, aren't you? Want you to find, approach the queen, and seek her advice. We need to learn more about what's wrong with the forest. Rivers are running dry, flora changing at a dizzying rate. Worse, some have even reported hearing unnaturally feral screams thundering across the land. Such an ill portent for our pioneering activities. None to date have succeeded in meeting her, not for lack of trying. She exists. She wouldn't trust us. Must be some way to open her heart, though details escape me. If our mere matter of question of words, then we'd send a city envoy to parley with her. No. It's gotta be something more material. With the queen, you have to earn the trust of her tribe. I wish I could offer you more clues. That's all hints I can give you. Feeling up for a challenge? Yes! What an adventure! Outstanding! Adeline is counting on you. We need more information, more than anything else. No use going in blind. You might be able to find something out at the Murmurs Coalition. What with all the pioneers coming and going. What I can say for sure. Oh, pay my ramblings no heed. Godspeed. And that was our next mission. Now we know where the Murmurs Guild is. They're a coalition. I call them guilds, but they're technically not guilds. Which means we have to go talk to Masad again. And this is where, supposedly, you need to wait an in-game day. You know. And you may need to zone, so we might need to zone out and zone back in. We'll have to see. Sometimes it is. The triggers sometimes in the game are very weird. Masad. Ragnios! Why such a sour look on your face? Why, it is wholly unbecoming. But please, I'm more than willing to lend an ear if it would absolve you of your worries. I have all the time in the world, after all. So, tell me, what troubles you this fine day? I'm meeting the Leafkin Queen. Ah, yes. Her Royal Highness, if you will. Should you have the time, I would enjoy nothing more than to regale you with some relevant tales of old. But before I do, have you had the fortune, or perhaps misfortune, of tussling with one of the Nakulals? Yes, I have done so. Excellent! Your skill matches your tough demeanor. I'd expect nothing less from one who's crossed swords with them. Be that as it may, I promised you a story, and a story you shall have. Having spent many days and nights in Adeline, you surely will have heard the name of the Founder King spoken by noble and peasant alike. The trials and tribulations of centuries past are naught but legends to the people living today. This story involves one of these legends. The foolhardy king ventured into the wilds with his entourage, invading the lands of Ulbuka and slaughtering all foes in his path. Though his blade sliced through the flesh of many, like strands of silk. Not much. Quite literally, most of the first hour was me putzing around, doing some side quests to make sure that things were happening. And we met the first gal. We met first time we entered Seekers of Adeline. And we saved the child from the forest. Turns out she's, basically the... He's not king, he's a grand chancellor, but the royal blood, he's the head of... She's basically the king's sister. That's basically it. There was some lore expansion about things, but basically that's it. And we're getting a tale from a very pale, well-dressed man with a cane. Theodore. Though his blade sliced through the flesh of many like strands of silk, a few particularly lurid beasts, those that now serve as the keepers of the wilds, were not tamed so easily. When they were at last bested, they swore fealty to the Founder King. Today, we refer to them as the Nakulals. Yes, I've killed one of them. They come back after a time. He subjugated one race after another, eventually reaching the sanctity of the Force's most inner resources. Yeah, this man is very clearly not vampire. Yet something caused him to abandon his goal of colonization. Years later, he left the following words upon his deathbed. Never again must man tread upon the lands of Ulbuka. This epithet has been known throughout Adeline's history as the Ancient Pact. The Nakulals are bound by this very pact, but they're not the only ones. Do you see where I'm heading? Mean the Leafkin? Precisely. You see, Rachnios, the Leafkin do not look kindly upon mankind's encroachment upon Ulbuka, as it violates the word and spirit of the sacred deal they made with the Founder King. Its power is absolute. The only one who can nullify the pact would be the Founder King himself, or one of his bloodline. It was not comparatively long ago that man respected this code to the same degree as the denizens of the forest, when the Order of Adeline was a royal force superseding all, that is. His dying wishes were also engraved upon the sword he once carried at his side. Throughout the centuries, each king of Adeline has held the sword high in place in front of his subjects, swearing to uphold his ancestors' grand promise. Your eyes widen with surprise. I assure you, every syllable is steeped in truth. Throughout all of Adeline's history, her citizens have only set foot in Ulbuka on 2 occasions. The first, of course, was when the Founder King himself treaded upon the land. The second was an age called the Great Expedition, a time when the Founder King's words had begun to fade from memory. The remnants of the encampments set up during that time still exist to this day on the shoreline of the Eastern Sea. Forgive me, my story has veered off in an unexpected direction. As I was explaining, throughout time, Adeline's rulers had always respected the pact. Whenever a new king ascended, he would take hold of the sword and swear a solemn oath to uphold that which had been passed down throughout the ages. Yet, winds of change started to sweep the city, and the Order of Adeline was reorganized into one of 12 noble houses. When Ignis, the current leader of the Order of Adeline, came to power, he was just one man in charge of his house. His influence over the city muted at best. He chose to abandon the sword, declaring that the colonization of Ulbuka was to recommence, a stance not taken in well more than 24 generations. Thus, a new age began upon the city, one of pioneering and progress. So who, if he forsook the blade of his forefathers, into whose hands did it fall? Think hard, dear Arachnios. The one who possesses it is the one closest to Ignis himself, one present at his coronation. In fact, you've laid eyes upon the blade on more than one occasion. Arciella. Precisely. The sword that our princess now wields is the only thing that represents the will of the Founder King himself. I profess I have a tendency to ramble, but I assume that this tale served to scatter the clouds of doubt that were surely muddling your thoughts. Think of it as a tidbit of wisdom from someone with idle hands and tongue. At my age, dreams are a thing of the past, as they've been for decades upon decades. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about the Founder King. All he wanted was to catch dreams in his hands. And so, he reached out into the depths of the forest, attempting to seize what no man has ever touched. At least, so go the stories they tell. You adventurers cling to your desires in the same way. No, forget what I just told you and leave me to my wanderings. That man is a mood, is the mood to which I aspire to be once I hit like 50. I'm not joking either. That man is he is an aesthetic. Just overall. However, Arciella does not wield a sword. She wields a dagger. But I suppose that's 6 of one, half dozen of another. Also, Theodore is very pale and it is slightly off-putting. Hey, welcome back! Did you manage to find out anything? The Foundress King's sword? Oh, you mean the one the Princess Arcelia always keeps it aside? You know what happened when how it happened to came into her possession? Ignis bequeathed it to her when he ascended to his current situation. To think that such a blade would be a relic of centuries past. She guards it like a protective mother would guard her son. Never once has anyone seen her without it. You wanna borrow it? Are you out of your mind? It must really be something important for you to say something so brash. So that's the rub. You think the Leaf Kin will only trust you if you have that sword? Not that I expect her to give it up to some piece of hard candy. But if you want to try, you can find the princess in Castle Adeline. Sure, it might be like wringing blood from a stone, but this is worth a shot. So you might need to figure out what's going on with the land. And so once again we go to Eastern Adeline, to the castle gates. Oh, we triggered it. Oh heavens, this is no good. No, not good at all. Huh? Oh, you there! I've seen you before. Well, where was it? At this place? The place with the thing? No matter. What was your name again? Ragnios? That's right, Ragnios! You're one of those pioneers everyone's been raving about. Do you have some business here, or... Oh, while I have you here, you wouldn't have stayed up to see the princess, would you? Arciella, I mean? Oh no, that was what I was afraid of. She must have put on her traveling clothes and headed off to the forest. She'd been muttering something about the strange goings-on at an Ergon locus in the Sidris caverns. I mean, oh dear, you're not supposed to know that! I didn't tell you anything, and no one can prove that I did! Oh, sweet mercy, this is not a good day for me at all! So we need to go to Sidris Caverns, which is not one that has a waypoint in it. Though I think Yorka... Yeah, there's Sidris right there. Let's see, Ayame as well. And we'll throw down Lilizette number 2. Okay, and we need to go to cross the water. Cross the water? Oh, the nearby entrance. Now, this is a heavily marked up map. Like, all this green, that's all would not be there. It's not there in the base map. Honestly, a lot of the maps in-game are quite bad. Several of the maps are quite bad. Although this one's not nearly as bad as Otoa Canyon is. That one. I will not let up about how bad Otoa Canyon is. Now's when I need the trusts. Ayame. Right, we need to do a water crossing. Again, this is why I did a whole bunch of coalition things in advance. This would be much, much more complicated had I not. Then we need to sneak an invis up. Nope. And we need to make our way all the way from here to the E9. E9. That Ergon Focus? Fastest way there. Bugger, there's a potential for 2 no matter how we go about it. Oh, stood a little too close to that thing. Climb down. Oh. I guess we might just end up pulling a ton of critters. And sadly, I have to engage every reeve we come across because if I don't, there's like a minute penalty. Like, I'm not joking, there's like a several minute penalty between if you just leave one. So it's like I have to in order to make as much progress as I can. Sometimes the choices of this game are unusual decisions. And that would be faster than having to wait at the next reeve, which is probably just ahead. Annoyingly enough. No, this one appears not to exist. Someone may have come through here at some point relatively recently and cleared it. Good. Good. Still, one can never know for sure. That lizard is going to aggress on us. Yep, I knew this one was going to be active. Really, Ayame? Did you really have to interrupt Lilizette's attempt at a weapon skill? Well, there's no me helping that combo between those two. Pardon me. And that one is in fact clear. And according to everything I see, we just need to approach. There we go.
Who's there? Arachnios? You scared me half to death. Are all adventurers silent like ghosts? Or are you the only one with such predilection?
Shuffle, shuffle. I am kind of sneaky. The sword at her side.
What do you want with my sword?
Is it the Founder King's sword?
You know the Blade story? Then you spent your time in Adeline doing more than just pioneering. Yes, it was once wielded by the Founder King. In a time long past now, we now refer to it as the Epoch. Said to have carried it with him wherever he went. It's called the Otharsine. You haven't come here to take it from me, have you? If so, you have to pry it from my cold, dead hands. It's a joke, Ragnios. I know you're not that kind of person. I can tell by just staring into those clear, dazzling eyes of yours. Huh? You think this sword's the key to meeting the Leafkin Queen? Are you sure? You seem pretty serious about this. That'd be an odd thing to lie about anyway. But you know full well I can't just possibly hand it over.
Also, that really isn't a sword. That is definitely more dagger, possibly short sword level.
In other words, I'll join you on your quest. We've met each other in the wilds before, Arachnios, so you know I'm not content just watching from the sidelines. This Leaf King Queen, if the rumors are true about her existence are true, then she must reside in Yorka Weald. If you look at your map of these caverns, the exits to the Weald lie at coordinates I-7. Come on, our adventure starts here.
And as far as I can tell, that is the one, the only spot where the game tells you how to use the coordinate system on maps. And that is just wild. That is just wild. I got two of the lizards chasing me. That's glorious. With any luck, we can outpace them. We seem to be able to outpace them. Because if we can get... There we go. They finally dropped off. Now, question is these spiders. I did not want to kill the spiders, but I guess I've got to kill these giant spiders. Which, by the way, that is at least a 4-foot tall spider. Maybe even 5 foot. Look at the size of that. Can you imagine a spider of that size? I was gonna say, let's hope we can sneak past, but it really doesn't matter. Now these fungars are gonna get us. Surprisingly not. Surprisingly the fungar didn't see us and we walked right by him. And here's one of the things that it just mentioned in the walkthrough for not this mission, but the next one. The paths opening up. Yorka used to have time-limited paths that opened and closed at various times. That is no longer the case. Thank God.
Even I've never been out this far before. Look out! Let me down! Let go of... It's no use, Ragnos. I can't get out! Wait, we're not here to hurt you. Right, Ragnos? Right.
Oh dear.
Ouch! Ouch! I think I sprained my ankle. Forgive a trepidation, young ones. The trees called out to me, saying his sword was approaching. Orthosine. Of course. It's implanting itself in my mind? Then you can hear it too, Ragnos. It's no ordinary leafkin. Do you think she... Welcome, children of Altana. You have come to me like petals on the wind. I am Rusalita, and I serve the leafkin as the great mother seed of the world tree. The leafkin queen. So the legends were true. You, young seedling, in what season did you come possess his sword? The one he used when he fought by our side in time gone by. What name have they bestowed upon you? Your Highness, I'm Arciela V. Adeline, younger sister of the head of the Order of Adeline. Then, you are fruit of his tree? I'm the direct descendant of the Founder King, if that's what you mean. My apologies, little Plumel. It has been so many years I forget humanity does not bud like we do. This descendant, did you flower from his spore? Then the plants wish to inquire something of you, descendant, as she who follows his path. Why do you seek only to harm the forests? Yggdrasil, the great world tree, has given her blessing to this land. Why must you take it away? Yggdrasil. Ragnos, have you ever heard of the world trees?
The world has a lot of trees.
2 world trees provide bounty and succor to all of Vanadiel. One stretches proud and majestic far across the seas in the land you call Razoa, supporting all the world with her roots.
The Boyeda tree. That's the Boyeda tree.
To think one really exists. In Rauzoa, of all places. The second, born of a single branch taken from the first, and transplanted here in Yorka by the founder king. Twin World Trees is a story almost every Adelinian here has been growing up. Queen Rosalita, do you mean there's one here in Yorka? The second world tree is our mother. We are the seeds and fruits of her love. We have inherited a portion of her supernatural essence with which we serve the land. Her leaves bestowed upon us grace, her limbs courage, her trunk resilience. It is through her bark that we have sealed the darkness that once gripped the land far beneath the surface. But the world tree to the north is no more. Her child, our mother, clings to life, but has been stricken with a vile taint for many years. She's fallen ill. Not just any illness, dear bud, but it's a corruption as black as demons. As twilight fades and dusk approaches, our kind require resplendent sunlight to pure water. We find ourselves succumbing to the poison within the land. And as we suffer, so too does Mother. Yet humanity, you continue to pillage the forest and ravage her children, and your evils have only worsened with time. I don't. So I ask you, descendant, do not harm us any longer. Leave this place and never set foot upon this soil again.
What about the recent changes?
Seedling, your roots are not of this land.
You'd be correct.
An adventurer from the Middle Lands? My words alone are but a whisper. Yet to appreciate their gravity, you need a roar. Take a Yorkshire's tear to the only pure spring left within this land. If, my sprouts, you are the true bearers of Orthosine, and within you lies her spirit, then Mother may deem you fit to receive salvation. Be aware, though, you may suffer nothing but disappointment. Just as we have suffered at your hands. I shall give you a hint on where to find this Yorkshire's tear. Our brethren who bring life to the land also inherited a portion of Mother's power. That is all the guidance I could provide you with. Seek them out. If you truly understand the beatings of the forest's heart, you shall have no trouble at all.
Ah, there it is. And we need to go to an Aragon focus in I-8. Oh, that one.
It shouldn't be hard to get to. Like I said, I believe they eliminated all the timed gates. I don't know when they did that, but I do remember reading that they have done that. In the well, in the weird, in the weld up here. Yeah, this one would be closed if they hadn't opened them permanently. And yet the wiki still mentions the old times, as does the wonderful map. As if that still matters. Entering I-8 from the west. From the west. Oh, that's the other one. Right. Wrong one. And the nice thing about Yorka is actually that it's actually not that common to encounter Reeves up here. Because these ones are very easy to just grind on and get, like, points, merit, or master points off of. Or job points, excuse me. Masters are definitely not Yorka. So actually, when I was grinding them, it was actually very common for me to just be circling on this map for quite a while before encountering them. Not to mention they respawn every 20 minutes or so. So, unless you know, you're there right quick when they spawn, you're not gonna get those very quickly. Honestly, this map is by far exceedingly useful concerning Yorka. Ah, there it is. There's like three invisible targets you can look at. That is ridiculous. There's a triple exclamation mark, a suspicious place, and the Jurgen focus. Okay.
Oh, and this this ergon focus was an added additional thing. Oh, good God. They added that because you used to have to harvest for it. And since you get limited numbers of attempts per in-game day, oh, good God. That is nuts. That is wild that they would do that. That is wild that they would do that. I mean, I know it was like... This probably started entering the design phase in like 2008, maybe 2007? Maybe. But even then they had to know that was not... Oh. Not a great idea. But then again, Final Fantasy XI's expansions have always seemingly been about stretching the amount of gameplay you can far beyond what it should be able to handle. Like delay the players as much as possible. Put as many time gates as you can. I hate to put it like that, but really that's what a lot of it boils down to. Shoot, they still haven't changed that. It is part of the design focus. I mean, just look at Prime weapons, considering it takes 6 months to a year of everyday grinding. That's always concerning. Huh, someone's grinding something up here.
So, you managed to successfully find Yorka's tear? Children of man, Mother has recognized you. So too shall I. Place that which you found into the spring, and open your hearts and minds. A strange sensation, impressing itself upon my very thoughts. Can you see it, Rachnios? Images and energies floating in your mind? What you see before you is the image of a land in the far across the seas. The land you call Razoa.
I think that's the Boeda tree they're talking about.
And what it looked like many, many years ago.
Looks like the Boeda tree.
This was Razoa? And also what the Founder King took with him. A piece of the World Tree. The Twin Trees. Never before have I laid eyes on something so grand and beautiful. The serenity was not to last. Tragedy soon came to Razoa. The Hawks! They're burning the World Tree! It must be the sordid invasion of the Orcish horde into Razoa. Yes, descendant. On this day, the World Tree in Razoa was burned to cinders. Its grace lost forever. No, it can't be.
Oh, apparently I was wrong.
Yet the travesty continued. Her mother was inexorably intertwined with her twin, and she began to warp, to change. Unable to maintain the form and shape she once had. This is too cruel. The World Tree, the forests, all gone. When the World Tree in Razoa was incinerated, Mother began to weaken. She took all the energy she had left to protect the land and stored it in her roots, which she sent out grasping throughout Ulbuka. It is as you would expect. Her very roots support the weight of the world. The roots that dot all of Vanadiel, they belong to her? When her power had waned to the point of being snuffed out, she used every ounce inside her to bring budding new life into the land. To the northwest of here is a place known as Khamir. The land became deformed and rose even higher, and is now covered with snow as bright as the summer sun.
Yeah, Khamir drifts.
Mother's suffering changed even the weather of Ulbuka itself. The scenes that play out in your mind is what happened in Razoa and what happened here. And now, Mother lies on the brink of death with only the smallest fraction of energy left. And then what? What if she were to pass on? It would spell the end of us all. The grass, the trees, the birds, the beasts, they would all cease to exist. For you see, Ulbuka's not a land conducive to sustaining life. The changes in the forest are a manifestation of this phenomenon.
So much like an actual rainforest, the ground is actually very bad for sustaining life.
We do not know, Sapling. Our connection to Mother is starting to splinter. The only seedling with an answer would be none other than the king himself. Your king? But where could we find him? Where are you going? Answer me! Ask the king.
And with that, there's nothing else we can do here. And we've encountered the first of the wait an in-game day for your next mission. I think. Yes. Oh, that's just the hunt registry. I never noticed that it was a red book before. Of course, when she says the king. Huh. That's mysterious. I'm hoping that because we started that cutscene, hopefully on the previous in-game day, that it will just let us. No. No, it is not going to be nice and let us do that. Fair. To be fair. That does maybe make a degree of sense. Well, there's nothing I can do there. I suppose what I can do while we wait, I need to find a particular item I have in my inventory somewhere in this inventory. It's not there. Maybe it's not in the main. It must be in. There it is. It's in my Mog locker. I need to grab my claymore. Because we might as well be doing some rune fencer quests while we wait. I mean, it's half the reason I chose rune fencer is because I didn't want to do these. I'm not gonna lie and say that this is something I wanted to do. Load up my locker, come on. Come on. Load the inventories already. There you go. Come on, where are you? There you are. Octavian. My face lit up with the joy that rivals Oltana's maternal glow when the news of your victory first alighted upon my ears. Congratulations. Oh, I don't think I finished that mission. Respect the runes through and through, and you shall never walk alone. Apparently we need to rezone in order to get him to maneuver on. That's annoying. Well, regardless, we did need to come here and talk to someone. They should be around. Where is Gaddix? Yay, science! A standard weapon grind for a weapon skill. Cannot complain about that one. That's actually not a terrible sword, actually, for one of these trial weapons. Like, normally they're not that good. Normally they're like level 1 weapons. Or fairly weak. Ah, your arrival is indeed opportune. There's a certain problem which has consumed much of my time. It has practically given me a bout of consumption. Our order wishes to forge a blade of legendary status to display in the upcoming ceremony of Orval's grandeur. It must be strong enough to forge dynasties and durable enough to outlast them. Nothing less will bring honor to our glorious rune-bound brotherhood. To my earnest regret, my hands are most full with new recruits. Loath am I to neglect our order's future for the sake of its present. Therefore, would you be so kind as to assist in crafting a symbol of Orval's mastery over the runes? Yes, I'd love to. Your aid is much appreciated. First, we need to employ the steady and sturdy hand of a veteran blacksmith, one whose spirit burns as fierce as the flames of his forge. I will let him know of your visit at some point. Now excuse me while I attend to the refining the skills of those with rawer talents than yours. You know? I kind of want to finish up this little bit because we got another in-game day wait coming up here very shortly. So I think we'll do that.
For the last time, I don't give a damn about Behemoth Hornem. Oh. So you're the servant Taru Octavian said he was going to send. You need me to forge a blade for you, then?
Yes.
Well, tough toe roll teats. The Order of Orvale wants a sword that is normally produced using techniques that died out centuries ago. The ones which we contemporary blacksmiths are versed in are barely applicable. Even if I were to add the slightest bit too much or too little of certain ingredients after smelting, the blade would turn out duller than the intolerable geomancer Sylvie.
That's rude! She's trying her best, she's just not very good at it.
Sabers, broadswords, rapiers, all living, breathing things, and they'll feed off of a forger's souls. Your attitudes and intentions when wooing the steel are absorbed and determines personality, for better or worse. Someone as adept at smithing as me can bring life to a sword in exchange for shortening my own. The real problem is, however, getting the materials together.
Have the requestaru metals and metals and leather, but for a weapon as monstrous as this, you'll need to venture forth into the heart of Ulbuka's darkness and find some exceptionally powerful resources. Oh yes, the Ifritite. I don't have either a rune saber or a flame-encrusted rune flame gem, but they're both indispensable wensible. I've heard you can find a frost-encrusted flame gems in Mo Gates, but I've never been there, and it's no stroll past the statue of the goddess Wadis with your lover, and only for those either blinded by fame or fortune, or seeking a sweet reprieve of the eternal slumber-wumber ever set out for it. I may shape swords for a living, but I wouldn't be caught out dead swinging one. There's no way I'm going out there. Go back to whatever godforsaken continent Tauru you came from and forget about that sword. Do I have an Ifritite? Item search. Yes, I have an Ifritite in my Mog satchel. In the satchel? In here? Oh yeah, I've got lots of Ifritite. Seriously? I've got more Shivite than anything else. Closest to access is near Western Adelan's Moghives. And we are looking for the tomato vantage point at E10. We're in Rella Waterways at E10. That's the there it is. Oh, we've caught the eyes of a cat. Oh God, she is fast. Fast cat.
Shabam! That is the name, and transforming metals my game.
Oh God, she's right up in my grundle.
I smell burnt flesh. Is that an enlightened endeavor?
Yes.
You request a special sword? I'm not an accomplished blacksmith to provide you with one. But I'm an expert weaver of yarns. One interesting tidbit is that Yesti's kinder than a kitten. Kinder than a kitten. Despite its tiger-like grunt. Anything else you want to hear?
Swords.
What about them? Are you interested in rune saber or flame-encrusted gems?
A rune saber.
Any alchemist with half a brain can make that. All you need is a swallow claymore, and it's simpler than trapping vermin. Or an elixir. If you can furnish me one elixir if you don't have a claymore. How much easier can it get? Either of those for rune saber.
The gem?
Oh, I know this one. The answer is Mogates. There's a red rock near some glowing orange stuff. Heat it up, and when it's about to melt, freeze it with a flask of fusarium. Frucium. What about the red rock? It's red and hard. It doesn't shine very brightly, so you can't use fiery attacks on it. Think blazes, flames, fire. That's how you'll remember it. If you ever get your paws wet, I'll give you a flask of Frucium, but it's extremely cold. Don't drink it unless you want the coldest hairball to ever to form in your throat and suffocate you.
I'm not going to ask how you know. Because that seems like something you would need to know. Here's the blade.
Yes, you once told me, never give a sword to a man who can't dance you ants. So let me perform a step or two to prove you can trust me.
Synthesis with crystals.
Kaboom! I hope my glorious moves didn't blind you.
Mortimer Frontier Station is the fastest way to get there. And again, here's the funny thing. This quest, the side quest run for Rune Fencer, also has an in-game day wait in it. Yeah. But hopefully we can get it done in time. And the advantage of doing this is that this lets you commission basic Rune Fencer artifact armor. Which, if you've been playing Final Fantasy XI for a while, you've done some monthly objectives and should have plenty of temporary key items that quite literally give you not only basic artifact gear, like this one does, plus 119 plus 1 armor, or plus 2. So, I don't get it. See, the Mo gates is, I think, the one you come through. Yeah, the Mo gates are down here. I am hearing sounds. Sounds outside that are slightly concerning. Let's see, and we need to go all the way to... K8. K8 is over here where the Fs normally are. That's normally where you do some Eft farming at. Specifically, Apex Fs. I'm going to want to have, my trusts up at the very least. Alrighty, let us begin. Just in case we catch the ire of any of these things. Which we're going to, like, right here. Or if one of these reeves is up. Oh, there go the raptors. Oh, good, the reeve is down. Oh. Well, it is the most common place to do farming of job points. Is it job points? Yes, job points. Especially for us lower level people who don't have massive numbers of job points. Just need to not get attacked by any of these Apex guys. Like these! Oh my god! Why you... Oh god. This is never this full. Where the crap am I going? Clearly the wrong direction. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, most definitely the wrong direction. I am screwed. I've taken on those Apex Raptors before, and no, Millennial, don't, you idiot! Why did I bring him? He's gonna get us murdered. I have killed these Apex Raptors before. They are not easy. Like, even hitting these things is hard. This is not going to end well. And do you see how little damage that thing is taking? This is only like the second thing you have fight after you've killed enough Fs to gain enough job points. See how quickly everything is running out of MP? Okay, he's about half dead, so I don't think we have to worry too much. Oh, something did paralyze him. Good. And normally when I've done some Apex monster farming in the past, grinding, I will bring along like Shantoto as a damage dealer. Because there's really not point in bringing along a second tank. And that is why merit job points are such a... Don't! You bastard! Oh, you... Millennial, no. I am out of here. You are dead. He pulled all three Matamatas. I knew grabbing that... I knew that was a poor decision. Very poor decision on my part. Let us try that again. I'm gonna want to be careful about bringing Villenarial. You are gonna be surrounded by a bunch of Apex Fs. But while they're not aggressive, as soon as he launches his AoE attack, that's not gonna be good. I'm not sure what else we can do in the time we have remaining. I might be able to just sneak by. Okay, yes, that does in fact work. Thank you. Oh, I was so concerned. As long as this Arrive has not started back up, should be fine. Note to self, you then need to take an immediate right. Because I think what happened is we continued straight. Oh, yep, the Matamatas. Sneak. Thank you. Oh. Oh, good, and there are plenty of people out here. I did say that this was a common farming place, right? I was not joking. Finding the spot I need to look at, that's the hard one. Someone's got a Monbro out. Molten Rift, where are you? Okay, you're over here. Okay, you're over here. Okay. Now we summon our trusts. Where's our Shantoto? Kodomaru. And Uranaran. Okay. And I believe we have to trade the Ifritite to it. There we go.
The darkness that dwells deep within the Zerk's soul will begin to broil and churn with Il Potentado, so he's come to see how you fare, Pioneer. However, it seems his fatherly concerns were unfounded, and he need not resort to Operation Marjami. Since such is the case, Zerk bids you Ragnios behind you!
Alright. Let's begin with casting one of our magics on us. Where is it? Crusade. That will help. Bye. Thank you. Open up some abilities. Thunder damage. Stamoth. Then we throw it on a meditate. He does in fact take very little damage. However, we do have some ice capabilities. It did not take a lot of damage. Dare you take off my helmet? And my weapon! How you dare you took my weapon! How dare you! I think Shantotto was a good decision here. Oh great, I have been stopped. This is a great thing happening. And now he's all the way over there. God dang it, it unequipped my grip. And that resets your weapon skill, of course it does. It resets your TP, of course it does.
What did he unequip this time? Pants! He unequipped pants. At least it wasn't a weapon ability. Looks like someone else is this. He unequipped my pants again! Good lord. Sometimes these enemies. We lost Joachim. We lost him at some point. I just noticed we were missing one of our buffers. Fortunately, I think someone else is helping. They're definitely helping because that Quiltalda is not mine. No, he is mine. 2, 3, 4, 5. When did I summon Quiltalda? I thought I summoned Joachim. Bloody thing. Oh, no. He equipped 2 things. Of course he did. He's dead. Not that that helps. We are still stuck until... There we go. Oh, that was more annoying than it needed to be. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, that was an extremely annoying fight. And it's still not the next in-game day. Oh, sometimes, I swear. Oh, it's funny. And I thought they'd left this behind with, treasures, because there was, like, very little of this in-game waiting problem. Like, they didn't have any of that in the last X-Pack. In Wings. Ever like 3, maybe, in the entire X-Pack? That's just weird and awkward and terrible. Much better cough drop. By the goddess almighty whitey, this is a frost-encrusted flame gem. So you were truly able to best out of that apparition. And you even managed to get a hold of a rune saber? Inconceivable weavable! It'd take millennia for the stars to align as they have for you. You must have used some sort of pioneer trickery. Ah, Yara! But if she was able to Potaru with it, then that means You're one of the elite who's engraved with the enlightened endeavor. I wouldn't want to disappoint Taru, someone as devoted to swinging swords as I am to smithing them. Just let me gather myself. First, I must expunge all the conflictaru thoughts within my mind. There. I am now in the correct Taru state of mind to receive your rune saber and frost-encrusted flame gem. Thank you. Oh, I can feel the fire of the forge burning passionately within me once again! And now we wait. Ah, yes. Geomancer magics. And normal magics as well. Look at that haste spell. 400,000! For red mages only. And AoE spells only for Geomancer, though. Well, it's almost time for the day to transition over. So I suppose we can head towards the guy we need to go to, and we can just walk there. Not like anything else is going on in the game at the moment. Well, there's things going on in game, but not in story. And when we're all said and done, we will be at Chapter 2, we'll be at Mission 2-5. Basically, maybe not even a quarter, maybe a fifth of the way through Seekers. When we're all said and done. Vastram. Sharuru. "20 more in-game minutes." Can you imagine having irate in your name? You'd either be the most angry person in the world or the chillest person, and I'm not sure which. Like, I'm not sure which you would end up being.
7, 9. And it is passed! Askarin! There we go! It is triggered! What do you want? My time's too precious to waste with a common whelp. Master Gratzig! This man's an adventurer from the Middlelands. A pioneer. Yes. Now that I look closer, I remember your face. It's because of fools like yourself that the sacred force has been violated after centuries of peace. Mincing words with a barbaric outsider is a waste of time. I shall go myself. But Maester... I suppose you have a better idea for remedying this calamity? It's a matter of pride for both orders. Don't just stand there. Follow me. You're a pioneer. Then you must be interested in what this whole mess is about. Well, obviously a fight has broken out. In the middle of the city. Surely you're aware of the struggles between those in favor of colonization and those opposed. Well, some young upstart from the Order of Rene and a lunkhead from the Inventors Coalition have come to blows. And since neither is backing down, the situation is getting worse. There's too strict adherence to the orders, so any fight between them is a fight between the orders themselves. I bet you're just itching to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Just get off my back. But Gratzig is likely to put everything to rest already. And by put to rest, I mean move the squabble down to the Colosseum. Colosseum? How'd you spend so much time in Edlin and be completely oblivious to the famed Water Garden Colosseum in Rala Waterways? It's a place where pride is won and lost. Since anyone can remember, the place has been used to settle disputes and feuds, sometimes even at the cost of precious lives. But this isn't a place for barbarism. Strict rules have been put in place to keep all fights fair. That has kept the deaths to a minimum. But that doesn't mean some people don't come out with their tails between their legs. But there's no point in heading down there. They don't just let riffraff in to watch the fights. The Peacekeepers Coalition has better things to do than keep an eye out on any fool who wants to see blood shed. So don't think for one second that the guards will let you past its gates. Can't a guy go one day without someone causing trouble? I always seem to meet you in the strangest of places, Rachnios. Does this mean you've come here because you've heard about the duel? The thing is, the guards aren't going to let you in unless you've got express permission to enter. But wait, why would you care about the duel in the first place? I can't imagine my brother staking this interests you at all. Could it be you're concerned about the widening schism between the supporters and detractors of the colonization initiative? Kinda. Rachnios, thank you so much for caring about Adlin, even though it isn't your homeland. Hey, wanted to bring you along as a guest. That way the gods can't raise any objections. Now that doesn't stop the bats from attacking us. And I meant it when I said bats, because there are bats. Not that they're difficult bats or hard bats or bats that desperately want, you know, that hurt or anything. They're just annoying because they tend to do that. They've got a huge aggro range, and there's like nothing you can... See, I only grabbed the one, I thought. But no, I brought that entire group. Oh, right, I've got to open a Gooby box. No unauthorized persons are allowed in the Water Garden Coliseum. Haze with May. I hope we aren't implying that I would bring some of ill repute into the Coliseum. My deepest apologies, Princess. I was unaware he was within your company. Please, proceed. The duel should be starting any moment. Oh, didn't realize I had the button press. Between a rune fencer and a geomancer of all things. Neither of you plan to back down, I assume. Why would I when this cretin's the one at fault? Only thing more ridiculous than that coat you call your fur is the way you twist facts regarding the colonization movement. How dare you spit in the face of the Alliance's decision? Try this on for size! Ah, certainly is a heated battle. And now for the grand finale! Do not estimate the latent power in all runes! What seems to be the matter? Cat got your tongue. I'll kill you. If it's the last thing I do, you pointy-eared freak of nature! It appears that Alexion has the upper hand, but only to the unobserving eye. Note that he failed to mitigate any damage from her fire spell. He's in just as much pain as her, if not more. Well now, It seems that the next blow shall be the deciding one. Also, it's a fight between a Geomancer and a Rune Fencer. The two jobs introduced in the Seeker's expansion. No, don't! My conviction shall never crumble! Taste the blade of justice, mongrel!
Stop! Stop this very instant! Princess?
Do not interfere, Princess. This is a city-sanctioned trial by combat.
That's just...
I'm afraid he's right, Arcelia. They both swore to bear no grudge against each other. Everything's official.
But why? It shouldn't have to come to this. Because this traitor spews seditious drivel from his gigantic lips, that's why. Our ancestors lived by the law of the land. They listened to its breezes, read the flow of its waters, and trod lightly upon its grasses. And they listened to the Founder King when he forbade us from entering the jungle. Iki Ashmot recognizes the Founder King's words as truth that it is. The Inventors Coalition doesn't care as long as they can keep making their trinkets. All I hear is the mewling of a powerless kitten held by its scruff. Say that again, and I'll rip your eyes out, maggot. I find it cute that you geomancers use the supposed voice of nature to rationalize your fear of entering a little forest. Once Adumatu's revolutionary's invention is built, you won't need to set foot in the forest, and our harvest will triple in size to boot. Justifying our violation of the ancient pact with a mechanical trifle? You disgust me! What disgusts me is your willingness to let the city's population starve. Even a simpleton like you knows full well that no airships can travel over the continent. There's only so much trade we can do via watercraft. Stop this at once!
See? Arcelia, trial by combat's the only thing that'll stem the tide. Or would you rather everyone's emotions boil over into a civil war that splits the capital in two?
I don't want that in the least.
Muffy?
Muffy Harada, Alexian. Somewhere deep in your hearts, you both know that you must know that this battle won't solve anything. Adelin's Assembly is the only body with the power to decide the fate of the colonization initiative. No matter which one of you emerges victorious, it'll have no more impact on their decision whatsoever. I beg of you, stand down. Princess, all I wanted to do was protect the forest. That, and to honor the Founder King's last words. You said it yourself, Arcelia. We shouldn't have to do anything to destroy the continent. Of the 12 orders, 8 support the movement, while only 4 oppose. That's the overwhelming majority in my book. Shut your trap! How dare you explain the lack of Yggdrasil in presence at the assembly meetings, then? He's the one who started it all, yet he won't even show up to defend himself. Let me see. The rumors are all over town.
What rumors?
That he's incurred the wrath of the Force and is afraid to leave his bedchamber.
What brazen impudence! Have you forgotten that the Grand Chancellor Ygnus is a descendant of none other than the Founder King? The monarch who founded this nation. The warrior who boldly strode into these unforgiving wilds and built a country from nothing. That self-same blood flows through Ygnus's veins. I will not suffer the besmirching of a name as great as his. She's a girl. She's Mithra, which means girl. You agree with me, Arcelia? Do you not? Princess?
At least promise us he'll appear at the next assembly. That seems like a reasonable request to me, Princess. I don't know. The colonization movement has drawn its final breath. The end is nigh. I knew the rumors were true.
Stay your tongue. That is a mere palaver, and you know it.
I'll try my best. I'll get him to attend. More importantly, you two shouldn't be fighting each other. You're both citizens of Adeline, for the goddess' sake. So please, let's just forgive and forget. Fine. I'll withdraw at Arcelia's behest.
Whatever the outcome, a duel such as this requires a victor, a champion.
Let me rephrase that for you, traitor. I lose. You win. Rejoice in your well-earned victory.
Very well.
Very well. I declare Alexion the winner. Remember that you two may not fight over this issue anymore.
Yeah.
I realize that. Arcelia, do I have your word that Yggdrasil will attend the next meeting?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Perfect. I'm sure Iki Ashmat will be delighted to hear this. Alright, fight's over. Everybody out.
And with that, that is where we have to call it for today. Quite literally, no, that's where we have to call it. Like we have to wait another in-game day to get any more story. It's ridiculous. But tensions are high. This whole colonization thing it's gotten everybody concerned one way or another. What turned out to be it started out as a very much a colonization is an interesting thing to it is an extremely divisive thing. I wonder where they're going with this. I do wonder. Yeah, they returned back to a lot of in-game wait days. For no reason that I can tell. Plus, it has now been 4 hours of a stream. We have maps in an hour. Remember, Kyo? We have maps in an hour. And, for a while, Final Fantasy XIV was refusing to let me log in. And just all sorts of headache Probably because of an update in the background of the Bazite Linux I'm using. Neither game would want to launch initially, and then I got myself temporarily locked out. It was a mess. So now I've got to try and make sure 14 is back running and all my keybinds haven't gone and disappeared on me. Again. That'd be bad. On the other hand, I love the backgrounds that are the updates that just happen in the background. Something broke temporarily. And then I'm the one who messed up my 14 potential install potentially. So that's a me thing. That was a me thing. So now I gotta make sure that's working. And get some food, because it is dinner. It is about dinner time. So, we'll see you all for the variety pack that was supposed to happen this week. We'll have that happening Monday. Is the plan. Yes, because I have the schedule all made up. That is the plan. We will have the variety pack, the Linux game testing variety pack on Monday. Midnight. Not midnight 30, midnight. We'll test out 4 games, assuming I don't get horribly distracted like I did last time I tried to do 4 games in one. We'll see you next time.